mirror hangs.
Yes?
The woman in and asks.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I'm definitely not the cavalry. I know.
Here's the...
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. So, okay, fine. Let's talk.
what does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Am I from? God,
Fucking deranged lunatic.
you're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're
I don't...
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses.
okay.
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are.
Yes.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you. The energy be...
Yes?
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Like undercover...
Well, as far as this guy's...
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week.
It's not just this week. What?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. He might be wearing a disguise. There's something that binds.
Yes?
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Yeah, I know.
Oh, come on, Jean.
It's not just...
There's something. He might be wearing a disguise. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other.
Oh, I definitely...
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Somewhere good. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment we are police officers. In a...
Come on. Stop it. This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, just some regular bar. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling. Okay, yes, you get the joke.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second,
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
as if waiting for some kind of reaction or response.
I'm not getting involved.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Yes, a superstar cop. Of course. This again. No. Because it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
I get it, okay. But what is the motive? That would be my first guess, yes. I don't know. Why are...
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere.
Oh my god, there's more. Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? I don't know. Oh my god, watch out for...
That voice. So
Oh really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? Okay then. It's probably a coincidence.
okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. Yes, just...
Again? I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. Okay?
Jean. He said okay.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent.
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you liver...
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course, preposterous. I mean, you would remember if the...
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
And you look like you don't bathe, on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
Yes?
Can I help you?
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
The man ponders. Something in her demeanor has changed.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. For what it's worth. I'm sorry for...
This is good. Clear the air first. Is it? Something is... Shush. I can't hear.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the more...
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon. The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. I have people after me. And they have friends in the moral inter...
What happens if
They will kill me, sir. If you file my... Well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to...
Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
It's not nice, but it's not illegal.
What exactly?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't...
I need the names of the company.
The job was Elysium County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis Cup. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. A lot of people got hurt. We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this?
11:30 to 12:15. I don't...
It's okay.
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus...
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter?
No, nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. He was still on the floor, slouched. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know,
The leader?
the Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need take.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy boy?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known she said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
This is concurrent with your doubts at the autopsy about the coloring being.
About half an hour had passed since
She nods.
you were late. The marks would be faint by that time.
In honor of another precise forensic observation.
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so...
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything, or I don't know anything anymore.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. What? Why would I put my... He wouldn't have died if it weren't for...
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around, close to her hand, a military weapon using jacketed ammunition.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry I don't know. His friends have rifles. Maybe those psychos did it?
She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet in his head before.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work. I did not...
True, sire. 'Tis true.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration. Like what? Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator, idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes...
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the...
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother...
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. Yes, you see the glass sparkling. She nods, silent. He's thinking, are we done here?
Hello, officer? What brings you up here again?
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Claude.
Falsified.
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them.
Why would they do it?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's Katarzyna Lazie.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranie. Alasia is my father's name. That's cool.
She doesn't feel like a Clasia. She feels like nothing.
I am. They can never take my sash.
Yes, they can, for she nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I did. What is this? I called you. There was an older woman.
That is the emergency's desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk.
What time did you...
Thursday night.
It checks out.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have not been 100 classy. It was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we... He was a writer. I know him shit.
She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please no.
But there's nowhere to go. A two-story drop to the plaza.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself, gearing up for this betrayal.
Ruby. She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically...
She said she's in love with me.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her.
This is just...
I know what it sounds like. That's somehow she knew Lely was dead.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby...
She came over one night, and she's a pro. She must be. To keep...
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
You've been through there, right? I saw you come out. It leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then made the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone knowing.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times.
Okay, arrest. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
Something tells you you will. She nods, then
Okay.
she slowly lights up. You are. This is not the end of this.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. She slowly. This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two, like the witness said. The man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his from the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than 72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belma-grave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything, none that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. B prime for boardwalk, B 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot risk. It would be the diligent thing.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
Yes, miss. I hope all right.
Coolly, gracefully. You clearly see
Jackpot. These, unlike every...
large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size, one person has been. Shoe size is 41 to 42. Maybe everything.
It's you again. What is it? Yeah. By friends.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The hardy boy...
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed.
Yeah, a well-oiled murder machine.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ester 50s, Zilagars. I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh?
These people are trained military professionals.
No, they're not. They're... The fuck is that supposed...
We're not bees.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What do you... Big fucking surprise. What do you mean, okay? We don't need you or your lost gun. We all have our guns. We'll just use...
Last gun or not, you're going to need help. We are offering it.
Okay, I accept the offer.
He appreciates it, but can only accept it conditionally.
It's you again. What is it? Why? Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile. Ruby's one of us.
And fuck you!
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a...
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't...
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be...
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy...
Because she was here.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away.
She was here all night? 12:20...
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
No.
That's a lie.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not... And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she...
He's been through it. That means he's... All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
How? People say they're...
East Delta Pinball Arcade.
Okay, but... How'd you get up? There's no room for...
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Ruby could have gone up, shot him.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears?
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is firmly doesn't go well with coulda, but a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that. And Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not, just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, but what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But
That looks antique. A Bell McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you...
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be...
God damn it. We need to close that dump down.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd...
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you, militia monkey. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Rube...
you just showed him a breech-loading gun.
A broken old broomstick is what...
Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet. The blonde man looks at the mushroomed death...
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed off.
Whoa!
Well, goddamn. It's not proof. You have been thorough. I'll give you that. All right.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this.
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Yeah. Like what? A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both...
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
It's not bewildering. It's like, whatever, man. God.
You what? First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a who? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me, fatty.
She didn't fuck you. 'Cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. That Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring...
If that's the case, then it's not right.
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too. cop.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came...
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man.
If she used us to cover her own shit up...
Which is why she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her?
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left it.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got...
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women... Yeah.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation. A more serious consideration that you wish to avoid is that she knew what happened because she did it.
Silence. The old man. A very small nod.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably...
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why...
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little... I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure, the human experiment. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes. Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it. Whack him.
Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burnt. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't...
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like...
Yeah, Al.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little.
Where have you looked?
More precisely, on the...
Who's doing this looking? They're all...
Lizzie needed some air. No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there's some shithouses there. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there.
Boyish. Here's Red. Died. The what now?
She said she's...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Yulan...
This guy barely
There you have it. Pale some... It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head?
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Can I help you?
Another thing. Great.
Yes?
Yes? What is it?
Again? I can't believe this shit. Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. Well, where have you looked for her? West of here? Tough luck. The place is ruined from the bombardment. I don't know. Oh my god, there's...
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you... He looks... Shrugging is an international sign for... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by... It was part of a special order, so... It seems the armor... Yes! That is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CBP. No, they work with sediment. And somatosensor, it seems.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to serve private...
This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. Right.
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to 10-4. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Just a second. Yes. Oh, great. What?
You hear...
Anything else like 57?
In the cabin, you...
Now it's turning into...
A lorry, a lorry, the smell of cigarettes, but there's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating is closed.
Lowman, you called me.
Right to work! Right to work! Sure.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Actually, I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the...
Looking for something?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf. You see several packaged raincoats. The girl delves into the magazine, down onto one knee, pretending to do up a shoelace.
Is this about the questions again? Because...
To the left, the tear machine your bottles clunk. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
colorful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with...
Okay, here.
Hola, Wandering Man.
If he really wants to save the economy, he...
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
You find your hands, the book...
Economical? The shine?
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for...
40 and a good starter pair. The shine on...
Stylish shades, huh?
Shine?
Stylish shades, huh?
Oh, very...
This is how it's alright. But these actually make your vision worse. Yes.
Wow, officer! And they can be yours for a...
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse.
A man who knows his style.
These are... those you've...
These are all first...
The speaker, you should go over and ask.
Super cool!
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to... No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you. You do, officer, you do. Remember...
These once might... a small...
No, don't look at the speaker. No, don't...
Samaran trash. That sounds like...
No way, officer. Well, on the one... Okay, officer. Everything's still cool here, officer.
Officer! God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. I prefer the old name. Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they It used to be... You know what? But... Enough!
Mabel's don't...
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. There's nothing for you to understand here. Absolutely not. She died. Reversal fair of 91. This was the happiest day of my life. I was 22 when I
The Ikeda operator.
I won help.
You were like... Doc?
Those days...
The old soldier says nothing.
It is such a... It is sweet, of course.
Vigilance officer? What can...
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelf.
She smiles. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are new... A small mountain of...
Wonderful choice, if you say so.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular...
Oh yes, certainly.
The display rack is brimming with... A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts to... Your hand reaches toward... She's laughing at him. Between the throne and the Hyundala man lies a bonfire. The display rack before you.
It is a bestseller.
Shelves filled to the brim.
Of course.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on...
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. Oh, a neat...
Shelves full of biographies of...
A true cult...
Browsing through, suddenly, high-speed love. Next to...
I really must... I'm sorry.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye
I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez... Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
This large map, Ozon, disintegrate. In the northeast, a dust mite stands. You can. Lost little 850. The ocean breaks up connections. You have little eyed. Perhaps they are. This bookstore is not.
Indeed. Well, I hope it can.
This bookstore is not strictly amidst the various. These the point of the book and various paranoia.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to... Hello again. Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
The woman looks...
It's dark, and the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Right.
Your flash, some of the right.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out of...
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Not to my knowledge.
Not in Revachol West.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. Which, indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world. Then there's the game master for
coordinating so many games.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Tiles on the cube are still. Nothing happened. Something's missing. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into the speaker.
Good morning. Please repeat. Good. Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is the thank you.
Tiles on the cube, the filament slides.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think
Police colors.
not the most original one. Here, catch.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Mr. Smooth Moves. You snatch the dice out of the...
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of...
She winked back at you. Can you believe it?
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else? Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Of course. Tell me... Ah, yeah, the Wirrow.
Ice.
I'm thinking something made from alligator job. Untreated bone. It's an icosited...
Loving it. So nifty.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can...
Two cables are plugged into the break. Two cables, something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream. Only the red cable is plugged in somewhere. rusting control panel. The water lock starts moving.
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks.
Banged-up motor carriage. It must be cold and lonely. The seawater has already started to corrode. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez?
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely...
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The logo is too deep in murky water. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's...
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say the vehicle has been here since last Saturday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The Joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, a Joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this Joyrider.
I don't know. An hour or...
As you sit down in the old rusty plate, the hinges creak under you. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing. The tune on your lips form. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then still looking straight. Two birds on a wire. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, historically, leeches have been used.
Okay, he's thinking. Well, napalm ants, for example. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarette. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a...
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want... Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it, a black block, a part of the city left. And
on aerial photos, bloc obscurs look like dark squares, hence their name.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash.
It's not meant as an act.
We should move. I don't think...
worn and beaten wooden plank.
We can sit on benches after.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I've got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Aye, that's what I said. Good, good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Oh, you see, friend, man makes his own luck. And I made my bought cigarettes.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Seriously? Are you? Fine.
There's Rio. 50 in his palm. And the lieutenant is annoyed.
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus.
What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal. I've got one of those scientific... Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of... Those arseholes. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I'll fight 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours.
Don't say it.
Yeah. Be careful.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? So what do you want?
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now.
Finally came to your senses, buddy boy. Ain't nobody else gonna give you a price like that. Sure, friend. A bottle of high quality. Just make sure.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go.
After your high concept transactions, I'll give you the lowdown.
In the civilized...
Hey, tequila! Good to see you. How's business? So what's happening? Yeah.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you called someone Billy Brunel. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Well, things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
Can't really remember seeing any women after...
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a...
I got a free...
The writing under the tiny crown...
Thanks, Rosie. Hey, Abs.
Don't you?
I need you to...
Don't call her.
Don't call Abaquao? Hey, guys.
That fuck...
Don't call her.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I...
Okay, what's on your mind? We are saving the world.
Please.
Okay, we're drinking. So now it's a pirate. It's you. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
I don't think you're ready for that grade of reality yet. It'd be
He points toward the waterline.
Didn't I already say? I don't want to be the one who breaks it to you. You have to get acquainted with the event first. You too. Tequila.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken...
Don't you call her? Yeah!
You really don't have to. Besides, he won't understand you anyway.
Abigail. Abigail. Don't you fucking...
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups.
Abigail? Abigail, where are you?
He snorts and beckons you to lean.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
There's no use in yelling at...
The drunk man starts coughing a real...
Don't!
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Don't call.
There's...
Tequila.
The legend! He's back. And thirsty.
The scruffy head, he watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's...
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both the rock kicker was just being shy.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police?
The kids don't reply.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds.
You're not sure about the melody. But it might.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean.
Then how does she know you're here?
I still have a golden ear. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. No, not you personally. He was brooding.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual. Dark type.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. Look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Nay, I have...
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
This is my little cinder block town.
She's being evasive.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this... that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. There's not much to tell. People come in.
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anymore.
Ruby was here. You need to look into these shacks.
Stay? Most people, that said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the... No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So my kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed.
When Varson communist revolutionary Ignace Nielsen was in hiding, he stayed in a hut on the Boreal Plateau for 10 months.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
The lack of wealth is the one...
It's cold.
Riddles. Fits with the general...
Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Over there, you can find more of the same. An old military hospital. After the war, it was now the area the goodwill ran out. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. If you knew folks live in the... And then there's the drums. I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them here for you. No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drum...
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. She nods, rinsing another piece of...
Not much. There's the abandoned church. Some things just don't fly.
So, they don't hold services?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her...
Well, there's that music. Music from across the... And now, Suspicious looking people.
Interesting. You could...
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. An apartment complex or some kind. I don't know exactly. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's now. What Catherine? What? You're one of those real estate people. Used to be and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No. Now it's your turn, Mr. Why, I guess I will, Harry. Aye, it just rolls off the tongue. I used to know he did too many narcotics. So many, he fell off his...
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall.
Correct. The density, meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall, 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up. The sun blazes. A long time has passed since the moment of this. The abundance of bullet holes lead a host of men. Probably they stand. Ordinary people. Familiar comrades. The Forsaken. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coat. The Commandant. The one who gives...
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been perhaps the ones executed here. It could even have...
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died. To be honest, if...
A cold sea... row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold sea wind.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do it? Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows. Yellow man. Interesting.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this.
Degenerates. This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people.
I like to pronounce it the hard way.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to... It's a secret rite, a very fringe nationalist handshake, probably. Garbage. You're a true patriot, and you know how it's said. The Serene way, the fine way, with an elegant s.
No. I helped Morel.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway. Gotta keep moving.
Oh, so that's what...
So you do know?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary.
He's not feeling very comfy. He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
My mug?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Maybe. Okay. Yes, I did. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. I'm sorry, okay?
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just...
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please, let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where... Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away and...
Right. It was just...
Exactly.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here.
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Armor? No.
An infant could see he's not. There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely.
I hope I could help your
Does this mean you were in his apartment?
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers. Always a... I mean, officers.
Is he?
Always a I mean, officers.
Is he?
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together. As if yes, like a piece of ceramic armor.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to...
We're not detecting falsehoods. This shame.
Gary, what's...
Later, Morale.
No. You've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it.
We're detecting sincere
It's okay. It was a loose end. And
I'm so fucking sorry I called you.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly.
Because I was weak.
The hell, Gary?
I'll explain later.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hard-ass.
This is all he knows.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. Always I mean, officers. Sure did.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
How? Mr. Clare unlocked my apartment? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, what have I done?
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Whatever it is, tell him I'm silent as the grave. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you...
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door up.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Short means...
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys.
There's a cylinder on the ground, in which...
Who's there?
His self-conscious infused...
To what do I owe the...
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water... Oh, good. We should really be getting...
Did he say we can go back?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going. I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the read. Good question. Being a phasmid of the Order and I suspect it may have also developed others. It's my hypothesis, but I cannot describe how these defences work.
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodate. Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated, even simply catching a glimpse. Very little. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of...
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite... Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. It's the first credible sighting. I have to resist the thought. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, Insulindian phasmid. Well, they may not look impressive. Yes, simple. Attracted by the locusts. At least, that's the intention. Locusts. Now,
inside the traps, a number of a meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds?
Thank you for your opinion. We have all... They'll work, I assure...
The traps do seem...
Yes. What? I've just always liked animals and puzzles. It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other... Indeed. My method... No. As I said, I have...
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
No. Of the list of cryptids kept, 2 are categorized as confirmed. Yes. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. Indeed.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Everything from...
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places. Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely?
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but there's some. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena. The kind green ape is one of her favourites.
A warm wave passes him. Of course, the kind green ape.
We travelled to South Safra to look for it. The search was fabulous.
What? South Safra? They're...
Really?
They're a nascent culture.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid, yes. The dread moose of human remains have been found just like an ordinary art. You can't. That's what makes it so...
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to...
Understood, Lieutenant. That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? Of course you haven't. I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco North. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskill Desert region has been... I fear this might...
Yes. Sightings, it remains unclear what this has got to do.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Although, probably because her life ended as a flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine... Well, it's not hunt. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the... decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. A willow person.
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people, really. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here. You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire groves after waiting. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well...
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on. Furthermore...
He makes it a real point here.
No offence, officer. Me? I'm not a people person.
This is a gruff man who's been ridiculed too many times to feel...
By all means. Hell no.
Thanks.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
By woman, you mean my wife, I assume? My wife understands that. Just...
Come on, Morale.
And leave the traps.
Come on. She
won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's
She's seen it.
Yes, that's...
Needless to say, you must ask her...
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't... No.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our... Yes, indeed. There are 4 in total. One is to the south. Another we set in Land's End. The third is set near the... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one. Since I just said it. This one's more...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this? I have a feeling the only people foolish enough to spend their time...
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility.
That's highly unlikely, officer. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about... Wise choice.
I hope you're not buying it.
It is precious.
Right.
Whatever he thinks about this...
Finally.
Thank you for your help.
miss...
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally,
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing...
she doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them.
We're going to need those gloves.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind Luby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl.
Kids.
My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They look the same. They look identical. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken scooter you almost certainly broke.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in...
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... No! That's not it!
I think she means revolutionary.
Yeah! Bye!
Our tenant.
The door has seen better.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the...
The key turns. As you look at the edge of a floorboard next to it in time. As you look, the edge of a hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. Nothing particular catches your eye. Something bad. Someone's night thought. You stick your hand in a small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A 9mm bullet, to be exact, fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have its extra ammunition. An old mirror hangs on. The bed is comforting. Yep.
Our tenant damned that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has...
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble, or just look. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best.
Yes, early.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No,
The truth, sire.
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age,
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
no, she was mostly silent. She tried not to let it show. But how would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even though, not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the...
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but
It's a peninsula. She might.
you'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to...
No, you can do it. You still have behind the cinder block houses. Old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind.
What more do you want to know? Yes, one thing...
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl.
The scruffy-haired little...
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like...
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer? A fishing village on the seashore. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. The name is Lillian. People call...
Indeed. You're always confused as to your wearer.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually... Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to... Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Yeah. I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband.
She seems genuinely...
Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure is.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel, or from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe what makes you think we have. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls... Sure. It looks as if you...
The traces of her laughter are still there.
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoy...
If it is, then why the men?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Who knows? Maybe... Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury. Life didn't really change that much for me in the kitchen.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm. Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coat. Aye.
No, ma'am.
Good. It would have been bad.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
Shot, huh? The boat...
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Like I said, fish. I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fat. Sometimes I also walk to the beach.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Bottles, drugs also.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my... Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. Aye, ma'am. Of course. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, Jetty, oh, Jetty. It's good to see you here, Detective.
What brings you?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on...
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to... How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Etonite. The smell of salt and...
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull...
Fortunately for you, madame.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
Maybe. Have I told you how they discovered this place? No. They're in Celindian, Isola. I'm guessing you don't know then. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit.
This story, she will tell it only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Sadly, I need this one. What I can do for you is answer some... You're back.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little...
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some...
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed. Collapse and present you.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down, then.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and you really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same. A shaggy-looking girl in her late...
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little...
So should you. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat. I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. No.
Just know.
It's pretty desolate here. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Why? Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name.
This is a portable recording device. It's for field record. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. The mic? I don't exactly know.
An entire litany spews forth.
Man, you are one weird cop. What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me. I'll keep that in mind for future. Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium. Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop. Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Elysium going kind of person. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. My boyfriend's... I don't know, man. Things.
A lie. They were probably...
The musicians in the palace... Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be... I don't really know what I'm doing. They use...
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible. Like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat. Thanks. That?
And who are these boys?
Yeah, Andre and the...
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. Yep, they were pretty. That stuff is more expensive than... Go ahead. It's supposed to accept that. Yeah, you know, anodic, cathodic. Music that's made with electronic synthesizers and tape consoles.
You see clear, beautiful, violent...
I know. It's not my idea. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right? Okay, well... Maybe you could... They're inside that thing there. Go ahead. Okay. Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch.
Hello again.
The device is cold.
Hello again.
The device is cold.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh. Really? So, the thing that's been eating you is rich people not having enough money? Then you really haven't seen much of this strange world. Because we...
Startled, she turns her head. No modes of indirect.
You have an issue with the sea monster attack? Uh-huh. And none of this has anything to do with, oh, I don't know, some Okay. Why'd you think that? Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think? Okay. What else? There you have it then, chick trouble. Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this, chica. Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you? How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing? Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so...
It's obvious she's done more than...
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich. You're welcome.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad. The tent is...
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff...
It's safe to assume this is their leader.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquent.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
See a youngish man.
Hello, I'm Andre.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project.
This is my posse.
The young man with earrings looks at you.
An egg. Egg! Together with a settled burger, who's out there right now, doing some we have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they...
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate.
Oh, that's not fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent,
places it.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her? Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesial...
Finally someone who understands the plight of narcomania. Play it cool. You might have an ally here.
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads.
Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock.
Strike that! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in the...
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts... Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, they're spook.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. Thank you, Egg. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever's all right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires.
Andre! Oh, and it felt like there was some
No!
Which other one? I'm not as in tune.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something. Sure, why not?
But not really. Brown hair. Old.
What Noid said.
So brown and older, Ruby might have dyed her hair, though it seems like a stretch at this point.
Like you aren't alone.
It wasn't quite human, if you know.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling. Like some kind... Yeah, you know. The way it was climbing up and around...
It was stalking a cell.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time. But I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
So he hasn't even been in there lately, is he?
You should ask her about it, but be nice.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely. Well, honestly, I can't.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Hey now, don't let all that technology... Sure. What? I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my...
Of course! Noid!
All right.
You sense the ka-ching. The key hits your palm. The young man with ribcage-shaped suspenders feels nice. It would feel a whole lot less nice had you dropped them. Or worse, got hit in the eye with them. Good thing that didn't happen.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter.
Yes, I do. I listen to channel... I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
He nods attentively.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Oh, yeah.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
You know, of Meteo. Concerning Meteo, a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
One of the poorest of the first world nations today, but once a great ancient civilization. Capital?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation, and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian. Totally.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. Love is
unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse. Yeah!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if.
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have. Oh. It's the one they said.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
It does, doesn't it? Told you we have a smell problem. Ether? I don't smell ether. No.
He sniffs the air. It doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug-related. They look and, unlike the girl outside, however, the boy's breathing is regular. Their jaws stay put, and at least not under the influence.
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all... Yes, that's all... Nosifed is the shit. Sure.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
As always... So yeah, it's good you talked to Andre for... Hi again. So, how things go?
A number of things. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a butt. The one with the large head, their would-be leader, is less amused.
But you still are.
What happened? I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to
Shut it!
What? I have! I've said that!
The young speed, he senses something is wrong.
We don't need drugs to be...
Shut the fuck up, Egg.
Climb down from the equestrian monument.
We know she has a problem, man. We're working on it. She didn't...
Underneath, he is furious.
What exactly is it you know? I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about it.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer? He said it was for his nose.
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether. What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no no shit. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. What do you mean?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient? Okay, man. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said because we do. We just need to turn it into a speed lab, but to get our foot in the door. Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty. No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police.
But the sign was way off.
Sir, you promised you'd be lit.
This is it. Judgment time.
Yeah!
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a...
Okay, we'll do a straight club up in there.
Spit from here on, it'll be straight.
As always.
A young man, as though you're supposed to be sharing some...
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head...
Hardcore!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the chick's checker.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man.
This is hardcore. It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibbity. Back to the head. Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity. We're close. True. It's hardcore! Skibbity. We're close. True. Hardcore!
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. Or maybe it's not got volume. Maybe it's Oranese.
You know about him?
You know Van Eyck? Wow,
The skinny wraith looks...
So am I! Oh! I can to the mega... The advent? The cloud. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hard car. Yeah!
This young man, or maybe
The Y to the... Yeah!
he missed one A.
I'm the hard rhymer. The track attack. The cloud. True. Hardcore to the neck. Internally coherent. All car. All...
He furrows his...
Hardcore!
The question is, what is the question? But there was no question. The cloud. True. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrows his...
Hard.
The question is, but there was a question. The close.
True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrows his...
Hardcore.
Is it though?
One mind. The club. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the... Internally coherent. All car. All right.
He furrows his brow as...
Hardcore.
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
The close. True. Hard. Full. Car. It's hardcore. Skibberdees.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I suck at socialising. Weird stuff. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Nothing's wrong with it.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should...
Most of it doesn't exist. But psionic powers, the hardcore aesthetic is esoteric.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance.
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us.
Huh? Oh. Hi again. So, how things go?
He's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music. You know,
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then.
well, yeah, sometimes.
The man smiles mysteriously. I get it. He's a puzzle.
As always.
We're close. True. Hardcore is internally coherent.
All car. All right.
He furrows.
Hardcore.
The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
We're close. True. Hardcore is here comes the night. We're close. True. Hardcore is internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be. It's the message, so listen and you will. We're close. True. It's hardcore. Skibbity. We're close. True. Hardcore is internally all car. Gotta get the people going.
Yeah, request.
I want. We're close. True. Hardcore is internally all car.
He furrows his.
Hardcore.
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
There's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes I just feel like isn't something holding it back? It's like its own.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed.
Wow! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? No! This is the what? God, oh yeah!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses.
I know! So does mine! Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah! No nation!
Don't be a loot.
So, it's not.
Yeah!
Unless you were thinking Revershaw imperative right now. Anyway.
Hardcore superstar!
He's not a communist.
Yeah! With a rebel yell! I can be an ultra!
Please don't turn him into.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world.
Aye! Capital rules the nation. Eats a.
You swear you feel the profit margins reflecting off Jermaine Egghead's giant smile.
Lungs are for love! Love! In a woman's lungs.
Basically, yes, it is.
All right!
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. In short, art. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact. Of course not. It's only the most experimental kind. Yes, you seek substance. Quit being so indecisive. Exactly. It's not go ahead and wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will. The large head.
Good morning, Tycoon!
The large.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
The large.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
No, that would be silly. The large head.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
No. The large-headed youth.
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should.
What? Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from? I'm sorry, I don't know any...
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music. The young man falls.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it. Yeah. Anyway, that's
Copman!
The large head.
Good morning, Tyke.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah! Righteous! No! No, can't do! This is go- Alright! No! No, no! Capital for...
A pane of eating, barely holding it up.
It looks like a makeshift bridge.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk. The shaggy.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? I did, and I'm sorry.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know. May I ask? What did you Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise. Oh, that...
She's less prone to blurt it out, Crabman.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those... She was dressed like someone who's been... And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside... He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that, looking at me.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell...
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous.
A crab and a bang.
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like. I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't... My associates... I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry.
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
A metal payphone. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still, this feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure?
Her voice, you get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still again, someone.
Hello, Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
No, but I got a feeling I'll kick your ass is gonna make it a...
Phone. Disconnect. Tone. Someone has left the cloth. It's streaked. It seems likely that it...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already... The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous punch. Something cold wakes in the pit of your... It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has all... Eyes up, detective.
There's some tear. 2 empty bottles of Toulouse. No, there's more in there.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. Red Astra. You see traces of mayonnaise and it's no older than a day. It's hard to concentrate. A man lies on the boardwalk. his limbs bent and neck turned at. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and the leather jacket suits him well. A cool leather jacket. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card.
Good. We should take a look at that library card.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit a bad fall. It might have been dark outside. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his height, 170 to 175 centimeters. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. Be very, very careful where you step there. A dried chunk of blood covers. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal.
They screech under your feet. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. A .75
tear all around us.
Grabowski spearmint chewing the blackness of death. Stench. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. So
he ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario.
The entire boardwalk.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this, but that's just a lazy assumption.
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand?
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. No, I don't see any...
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not... What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe...
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it up. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleague. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause... I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, maybe, but we don't really have... Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call...
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 00.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema.
Good idea. trap in the reeds at your feet. The reeds shake sad. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Locusts are crawling around in the trap.
Big surprise. Anyway, No, you weren't.
Nothing has changed. An old door, worn by elements, guards.
It's military. As said, the washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
It may have been used to service an aerostatic battleship.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Heavy wooden doors, more than the carving on the door. The surface is smooth feels exceptional. 300 tons of pine would fit together seamlessly. It's old too, cut and carved many centuries. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles, it'll be easier to break You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness it's the contrast between the cheery chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if he takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol aussi, these acts aren't called I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day. The lock turns.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. A great whoosh of air rushes in the heart of the... In white, silver, and apricot. This is her cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs. Clearly, your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There, you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands. From beyond, the world is silent, but for the ocean feels distant. In the darkness, the woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers. She acknowledges the passing of you. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window above you.
The old woman in the village was... It's a minor landmark. No,
on the coast of an
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 sisters. Only one. We should be respectful here.
Although respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something.
I have a theory, yes. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the... Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
Three precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted or who participated. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by call. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is no amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brow. The highest category of historic individual. More. An innocence is elected to office by the founding party. An innocence is infallible. The decisions... No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery, many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential, draped in ancient sadness. The past is a silo. No, you must know. Terribly, women of the court, she made the most of her position in the antediluvian court. A court visited, but she was an almost preternaturally magnetic. It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what wow indeed. When her innocence was, bystanders reported golden fill. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real, as did we all. The lands of in a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper, Mississippi. machine stand.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
You see fluorescent plague. The lieutenant says not behind the hatch. Sit another filament memory. The speaker comes.
Good evening. But
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the...
good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
receive. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And
Anything else I can help you with? Sleep.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated behind the hatch. Another filament memory. The machine's key... Nothing happened. The silence in the... Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps, and then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for it seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow. If not blotted out, you can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the soft... You produce a few muffled The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his...
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear. Just darkness without... A machine...
Another radio...
These
We should leave. I doubt this place bears an... It's also quite...
The one you saw, the Marine Prefect, you see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. The lieutenant says behind the hatch. Another filament, the speaker.
Good evening.
It's the same old woman.
Good. Good. Please
Let's look around. There's no...
receive. Votre accident. Sleep.
The machine's keyboard is still... Nothing happened. The silence. Maybe if you were to stand in just... And then it seems you can... Your voice. You produce a few... The lieutenant...
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the...
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity. Singing. The lieutenant doesn't reply. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become big. It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward... Yes, it's not a shadow anymore. becoming more substantial as it gets.
Officer, is there something?
Oh no. You see something. Maybe it's possible to. The shadow is the crab man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in general. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos.
Here you can receive the mother's love.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing. Hey, and what was that about? The bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. This is the church of the mother of sight.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Whatever it is, he's quite confident. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I always thought of myself more like a flame.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures.
Sure am. Whittling wood used to. Now I use those same hands in service of something great. It's all just for the mother, man. No need to. I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time. Nah, ese.
Do you remember your names?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying.
Tiago's my name. But those your place amongst your fellas. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that mattered. This is a special place. There's a perforation. I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed. No, no, no. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I will.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior.
It's not like that.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
I heard that before.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
She took you for a good. The mother would eat all of you and never spit you out. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since.
Does it mean he witnessed?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins.
These shoes look pretty damp. The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beam.
Did you witness?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. Other spooker?
The Aita is Grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not.
Wait.
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
You mean like a fugitive? No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she...
I see. And
I told you, Holmes. I don't know. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay.
Or search through her radio computer.
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity, like the ones in the tent outside. Right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
I think we're done here, Essay.
That was, however, I'm still not sure whether we'll find...
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling, calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Test this.
Disconnect. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing.
The man you do not hit seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the... You close your eyes. Strange. This is not how you started before. $41-411. Yes. 451. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with calling. Calling. The saddest calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling. Calling. Then the ocean breaks.
Hello? Who is this? No. you, isn't it? That's you. Dora, who is this?
Dora. The name feels like a gift. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turn. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the in, calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling.
Harry, please. Please.
Phone disconnect tone. The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
No idea. Could be connected. We might find her down somewhere. In conclusion, she could be under any... I hope not.
Maybe it's just a storm drain for them. There's no echo. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. Dripping water falls from a high place. There's rust and corrosion on the bars.
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no...
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now,
looks like tomorrow never came.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof Broken windows set in wall. Felled electrical. How? There's something in the wind.
Some sort of industrial room? In there? She could. Or she could be in the...
Why single out this one building? The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "This is the trap, The reads, it's good the cryptozoid. The later it gets, this trap is also full of panicked locusts."
Another empty trap. Yep. The next one.
Metal and plastic.
That over there. Must be the boy Klaas you told us about. The one...
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
There's something in there, splashing around. It smells like the water this size. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae. And...
Well, damn. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. That may very well be the case. We should keep an eye on her.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt it. The dome-shaped plastic.
Our tenant, the policeman. I can...
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice under...
This trap's not too hard. The reeds bend for the constant, distant song. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. I'm just glad.
banged up motor. It must be cold and the seawater. Remember the tire track?
It appears to be so.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
Tequila.
The legend!
Uncle. There's no...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he?
He's fine, ma'am, as we had suspected.
Oh, yes. But I am so relieved to hear that.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul.
Oh, you don't want to hear about...
Reflexively, the lieutenant, Redis, is familiar.
Well, it was summer. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Beton cord.
The strangest moment of my life. I didn't know this can happen, so I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and...
Where did you go?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her for years it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of... We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face. Our first. Yes. Not all of them, as far as I remember. It's hard to say how...
What if it is the case?
I thought it was a wonderful story.
But I don't believe it.
Of course. So how did I know what to imagine? You trying to tell... You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relate.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud.
I help you? What is this thing? Cool. Okay. I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially...
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like...
It's not actually about...
Hey, was there...
Well, bringing in that new bird...
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time and yours?
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like...
I was just Oh,
Did you take the document?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for...
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away. I was just thinking, what a nice...
6 crumbling petals.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Mabel's or Lucille's tea.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that.
The revolutionaries. It's about girls and boys more. Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel...
I was just thinking... I was just thinking, what a nice evening.
She looks at chipped white.
Pretty. All right.
Yes, miss. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself.
Yes, miss. All right.
Coolly, gracefully.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be...
What?
Her hand trembles. She's only pretending she didn't hear you say. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
Okay.
She nods silently, then picks up the cold coffee.
Yeah? Oh.
It's possible.
She keeps looking at the door with a worried...
A peephole?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
A jitter of fear and disgust.
Do you think this is somehow related to Ruby passing through there? Okay.
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess long enough...
It's very hard to believe. She could have. Maybe she did. Huh.
She's straight as a stick. Sudden.
Okay.
She's lost in thought. Eyes and...
All right.
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
Oh, hello, dear.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't fucking care?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Because this is no ordinary wall. All the other walls on all the other... Oh, wall father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is...
Sure. If you must.
The door is... You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. The door is... You hear...
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is back. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be...
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's why I chose the...
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but...
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks downstairs. A cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got a...
He's going to leave you alone again. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay?
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery. Different, of course. His shirt. His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mystery.
His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together.
Come on, detective, let's go.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior, but he's not. His hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
Because I did it?
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could bear. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. That's when I understood.
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And it was quiet. Quietest lynching I've ever heard. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women, the coalition is only looking out for the price stabilité. The economy impacts the entire international community. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interest. You could say I'm undoing some of the... Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there?
It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy, which is essential for maintaining...
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation, but not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. The coalition believes in the importance of informing a sound monetary policy is essential. But oh, I don't have my leaflet. La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholian... It's the international organization for moralists. Hence...
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for.
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by...
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining...
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
The Occident is part of the normal world. Or Martinez? No. Martinez is... Revachol is generally difficult, but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent...
Your full autonomy is important, I agree. But it's an ongoing process. Now, enough of this delightful politics. What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is... Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less...
Darlings, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been merciful.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who... As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully...
But that didn't tell you anything.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run...
If he knows so much about Oranje, maybe he also knows about Oranje's mercenaries.
Whatever you wish, officer. Oh, that's unusual. Well, certainly one cannot... And, of course, any loss of life is a tragedy. So tell me, what have you learned about the victim? Officer, you should... So you spoke with the victim before he died?
The man gives the lieutenant. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows, as though he'd stopped. Your partner's doing you a favor by pretending not to have heard your insane ramblings.
Extremely... Suffice it to say...
That's because they're all a bunch of squares who like to sit around with their fingers up each other's assholes.
It's the responsibility of any good welfare state to... They gave him a successful... What else has your Ah, what a shame. A man... Ah, he was a soldier. Aha! A condottiere. That is extremely unfortunate. Yes, it's regrettable that this practice has a history in certain Occidental nations, even highly advanced members of EPIS. But rest assured, the Oranjese government... Oh, it's hard to put an exact date on it. I believe... See? That's the kind of progress that the moral intern makes. Oh, great shame, yes. Colonialism is... Which is why the work of the moral intern... As I said, I do hope you're able to bring his killer or killers to justice. Ah, Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They enter EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began...
God, yes. Sweet standardization.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into a... Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very... A supranational politic... You mean Revachol? It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPA.
Except that candidate members never...
No. Candidate members do become members. Why? But we were talking about my friend. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people... Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. He's deeply enmeshed in the... He's a truly free spirit. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighborhood.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom. Oh, but the million real... My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him...
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's...
Sure, go. Was there anything else? A fugitive?
Hypothetically speaking.
Well, I would say that is very bad indeed. What sort of a fugitive are we talking about here? That is extreme. Corporate espionage may technically... This fugitive must be turned over to the IC...
A moment, if you don't mind, sir. You do realize what you...
Of course. You're turning over a You're dooming a young woman in her hour of desperation.
Very real. I won't tell you how to do your job. But remember, this is an RCM matter.
He won't tell you how to do your job. But a good police officer knows when you turn back, the man is looking at you, expectantly. Of all the names...
Was there anything else? A
Hypothetically.
Well, what sort of a fugitive? That could be quite bad, depending on what sort of place you're talking about. That is extremely... Corporate espionage. This fugitive must be turned over to the IC...
A moment, if you don't mind, sir. You do realize what you...
Of course. You're dooming a young woman in her hour of...
Very real. I won't tell you.
He won't when you turn back. The man is looking at you. Now's your chance, sire. Which of your enemies would you most like to make trouble for?
As a common lorry driver, you say? Much as I'm inclined, I'll make note of your claims in my report, but I'm sorry to say it's likely to end up in the back of the filing cabinet. Yes. Well, no matter. Now, was there any... Of course. Was there anything else? Of course.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. Some lunatic.
With how small these rooms.
The hell am I supposed to know? Another. Oh.
Hello again. What for? What do you think I'm trying to pay? But boring. I ain't helping. Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
Tremble. The time is now. Ta'ola. Time for the show. For Ta'ola, the hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear in Ulogu Theodos, Xeno Zausin, Ipoli Osithian, Echondes Fronisin. Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread. Yes, you spoke the words of the palindropos, and the how it's totally also a coping mechanism. So you should be. Perhaps, just a thought, This has something to do with the hangover. The face of the woman fractured.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this. She squints her eyes.
On fire. I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my... Such is the blood.
You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her?
Ooh, police brutes. Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's... But fine, take the brush. I'm all...
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Time to get to. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation?
The worn and beaten wood.
We can sit on bench.
Inside. You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed.
We should try again during...
Anything else, Detective? Not yet. 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you... A dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito. Bullet hole.
Yes.
You dropped the wipe about a week's probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's...
All right, let's go back to Everard.
The payphone hangs.
Mister, I'm not gonna bother.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown. 2 cables are plugged in. A few bricks have fallen off. A few bricks.
Seems like an old...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. The speaker comes.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Good. I've unlocked
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer...
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a Fortress Accident and a single overburdened producer who developed a... Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? It didn't. No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though. One of them even managed to steer in its short time of existence. Fortress Accident, the first tranche of seed financing. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 real, would only, let's just say, it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour long, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too large and no amount of money could satiate. They tried to make a 4 million real game with they thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower. They couldn't. No, you couldn't have. Definitely not. Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads. At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what We're Out Untethered needed was a secret mystical. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced. The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again. So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation. The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? And that's it. Well, yeah, that and the cap. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and what is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly. When the project was returned, it was complete. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider. But despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss. Always read. And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for a legal action. Mysteriously enough, it seems that the offsite copy happened. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the offsite copy and, well, keep it off-site. And S. Luukinen killed her, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me. Not after 8 months. I didn't have a home anymore. So I started keeping it in the basement, in the ice bear refrigerator, near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. That's not what... She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge. The production schedule ends with 4 months later by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream still haven't got an answer from Lintel about... I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Sandbrun 1147. That's what the street sign tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Cut the filament slides out of its glowing nest. It's empty. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? Very good. That will be one universal dye for weird.
It feels icy. Just holding
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one dye per customer. Oh, it's you again. Are you looking Oh, it's you again.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to that.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address...
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure? Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewel. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the... That's why people like rope. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
The bear's eyes are... The old woman. The buzz of electric lights blend. There's a gap with...
Yes, I can't read. My suggestion is a lullaby my mother used to sing. Surrender.
That's kind of grim for it.
Yes. It...
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
The once bright mural towers above you. The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R and the mother of humanism stands above you. It's a mystery. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting, a jigsaw of broken shards, falls into place in front of you. Unknown. Something during the raid the escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an old, small figures of wise men. Below both women, in luminous black letters, and then along the left side, after life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale.
Death, life again. After this exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as to justice, union, prudence, and force. You are brutal and done. Death, this exaltation is common. Justice, union, eyes cool.
The mother of humanism towers above.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce, it's not spiritual. Yes, we all...
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I have no idea what you mean by...
The mother of humanism. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears low. No amount of Commodore, the highest more. And innocence is in... No, we are alone. 300 years, many things. You draped in ancient... The past. No, you must exactly. Back out as did we all. In a city called... She was dressed in a white... Oh yes. Midwinter snow, one of the men, something that a dolorous day, this inhuman quality was witnessed. Terrifying is a term too terrifying. It's a simple word. Good. Now back out of this court. Terrifying. Terrifying It's as you already do. Although she is often considered, she was the Misk state, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between. Little is known of her Marchese husband. This subtle terror is part of her icon.
Officer, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000. None of this is, in fact. This church.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? You have the Headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one. So very, very, very nifty. The mother of humanism, Stan. The mother. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on. Only a strange list. The mother of humanism towers above you. Oh, why? That does seem to be the mother of humanism. The machine's keyboard is the speaker.
Good evening. Votre accident on good. Please, good. I have unlocked votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for? I have to.
Sabrine.
Anything else? Sleep.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. The printer prints out a long text from the first entry made on the arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local...
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place. That the church was, ridden with narcotics. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work in. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, something about the backup data getting destroyed. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even...
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go...
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music. One near... Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say Hello. She got scared and left. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of...
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping-pong energy drinks. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange man makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network. No one's hiding here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
What is it? No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted... Yes! Or...
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years? That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Nope. Yes. And... I don't care. I don't care about crap men. What? No.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
I brought them here. These are my machines. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Then you'll certainly know that all radio computers perform operations on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular... Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the price...
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casts in her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just... shh... for a moment? Or get to the point?
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
So you do know something about computers. You're right. No, I don't. Because I needed something good for my investigation and besides, owning...
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal.
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology. They are connected to my RAIN Prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't...
Short and terse. There you have it.
Great. You really like those questions, don't you? No, I'm not. It's just I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, she's looking for a disruption in the raid. The lieutenant raises his brows. but doesn't.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than...
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, what do you think it is? What?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does it.
Ah, hydrotransducers. So that's what those water basins are.
But honestly, it's not progress. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just...
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop. Great. Thanks. The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks. What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Yeah. Like, maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober-minded... This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have enough.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks. Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Because it's... And I don't have a... Great.
The mother of Hugh. The portal reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked comment. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, telling you about the tiniest. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust. A click, then silence for a bit. Then, of course you could sing this. You could take sad to... Yup, they're all... And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world got... You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, the lieutenant looks at you as you remove the...
Hello again.
Hi again. So, and? What? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. No matter. Is he good? Yeah. Noid is right.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing... I guess it's not a massive problem. Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning. Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spook? A programmer? That's odd. What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all. A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out? Unity! Dance! And you can't just evict her? Look at you! Oh, no, Noid. He's right. Maybe if that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church. The lines in the dark exist! At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then...
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out. Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
The large-headed...
Good morning, Tycoon! Yeah! Huh? I see you're a sticker.
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
So I can hear you do it. Sometimes the outside gate. Noid, don't bother our piss off, Andre. Me and Mr. You shouldn't talk like that. Cool. The ban on found. Anyhow, what was the sticker like? Good, good. What did you want to know? Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right. And I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race. Really? We're all the same. He defeated history. We're at the present moment, or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats. Yeah, that interpretation holds. Simplicity was brought to us. Well, hardcore is not the sticker, the clothes, the muse, not alone. Many, I guess one could write an entire tree. Nah. Still strongly out of sync. You heard me. Hi again. So, I think goodbye, officer.
Hello again. Come on, I can tell. You sure? Go ahead. Oh, wow. Social justice really matters. Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Perhaps.
Go ahead. Sure. Contact Mike. Okay. It's supposed to become, except that.
The floorboards are. There will never, not in a million years.
Go ahead.
The mother of human.
Yes, we all are. Her name?
The woman looks by in silence.
It's not spiritual. It's
Why? That does seem to be the mother of.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, and...
It's not the anodic dance music that's...
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glossy look.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed with...
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned...
Okay, but still. It's a backup of my former employer's project.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now. But I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just...
Hold on. If it's called an offsite copy, then why is it still on?
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site.
Basement? Sounds like it's...
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in... We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain...
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you must... In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has...
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Zawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Zawiza. God, he was always like it would have made a difference. The offside copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find...
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or...
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Of course not. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a... No. She literally...
The lieutenant coughs like he...
Once I came in one morning... Oh, thanks. And here's my Falsund multitool.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be part of the legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This...
Yes? Thanks.
2 cables are plugged in something close.
Very smart.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand. Ice squeaks beneath your cavalzo and it's already unplugged. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice groans and howls. Darkness lies inside. But you gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding.
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and killed as soon as possible.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? Tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is good. No, that's not.
Maybe it's the second.
Good.
Ka-ching.
Fortress exit. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still. It sounds like something cracks. Before something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink. It's monochrome darkness. A single speck of white shines out from the shade. For some reason, the printer decided to spare this.
Odd. Something is obviously broken here.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Tiles on the filament slides out of its glowing nest. Only the red somewhere, a machine.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
A speck of white? Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their watch. What an intricate display of...
The paper, it's soaked in ink again. It's evil. This is wrong. Machine, it's the abyss staring back at you. Sona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout.
Here! I found it! Hold on. Shh! Just give me a second.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done! I've got it! I found the location of the... I found the coordinates!
She's beaming. Great job.
Thank you! There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me.
You like moving things around.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
It's awfully silent. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It moves like a ghost. Some water spills out of the lead programmer sends you an encouragement.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only... If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something...
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant, and then nothing happens. As soon you can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet. She doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together.
Damn it! No, of course not. Nothing happened.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard that this is just another failure. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear.
Silence is silence? You're sure that this can't be it? You should have a listen.
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning, and then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, Or when your ears pop, what if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of deck.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace. You mean the speed freaks? Of course, the speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. Sure, let me know how it goes.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're a true ally and the augury of a new era of anodic dance music. That's fine. And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right? Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in it? Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective? The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember.
It's not amnesia, guys.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
I wouldn't build a club.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman...
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has idea...
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like it.
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sound...
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes. You should do it, detective. Noid's right. You...
How about something simple?
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want a... Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to...
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's...
Hardcore! Hardcore to the nega! No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, you have. Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world.
But Disco Elysium, isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it?
The past is the future, but
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave.
And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dog.
I'm dancing.
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing.
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull. Leave
total darkness. You see, here it will begin. Who fucking cares? No, not orgasme. Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. This is nothing.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull to rule the world. Yes, it's all true. In the spinal cord.
From what I can see, it's
foolhardy. Do you even know what's happening on the surface? With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, you have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecile.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young... He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent...
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality.
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on, then. What?
see you.
Goodbye, officer.
She's whistling.
Hey there. And yes, I'm being more like Contact Michael, right? Don't even bring it up. No. Good, I think. Sauna, the programmer. Sure. You helped us out. Ah, she's a bit odd. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like, oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. Beats me. Noid said who knows? He doesn't really. Who do you want to know about? Andre. He's a cool guy. Doesn't.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned. Like, I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's off. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know? Yes. Anyway. Come to think of.
This is the first time.
He's in some kind of a cell. Yes. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe he's real hardcore about the love. What do you mean, do? Like, he's a carpenter, trained and all. He abides by the hardcore, sir. Sir, I abide.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks.
It's just something poor Fallberg kids. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. Kind of. Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. Yeah. Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the...
Pachoo, pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Yes, forever. Anyway, he basically just stands on the stage and dances and...
I understand. People are usually afraid. Anyway.
Actually, we don't know where he's from. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forberg.
The worst of the bandlers.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines, Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. People were sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go, you wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a...
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right. There is. Thank you. Sure. Welcome back.
O pasado dia. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died. He bought the family a huge... What do you think? The competition came. So after his death, we had nothing left. And we were in danger. It was a stupid idea. And I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authority?
I took that into account, of course. Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning dad-wise.
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. With a fluid gesture, you seize her wrist, her hand just centimeters from your nose.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Evrard. He's just...
Yeah. Have you seen Evrard?
You've got to...
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me.
Yes, you really can.
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite a cell using her contact. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Okay.
What he means is, you can't possibly have handed them this real estate for such a flimsy reason. Then again, whatever keeps your nose...
It's a miracle of carpentry. Their bodies carved into total shapes. Now, I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. I regret the time I dedicated. Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools. That's right. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago.
He means something paranoid.
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. A cop who's into building critique, art of core. Total. Everything between an ancient like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white, a false image of grandeur. The sort of the system is like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires, put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Right. Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
Dead bodies of perennial plants. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After they had sensed that she could no longer see them. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass. A 3,000-year-old tyrannic...
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
I only said you... Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. Anodic dance music. I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye. I didn't know it was in here.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. Mass murder on the floor.
The world spirit does not... This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built... That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that. Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us. Humanism leads to eating
and many, many more tons of...
She liked games. Her legacy. Are you a commie cop? Then it's inexplicable. Whatever. No one says Arno van Eyckism. Likewise. No one says she invented the beauty you'll feed, then you meet it. It's effective like that. But it is also very soft of core. That's so... In the true life of tomorrow, every woman there is. She is a party repellent, a must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
The speed freak's eyes narrow with...
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus it keeps...
What a strange choice. Caustic. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window? Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this.
The mass murderer? Why? Okay. Odd to say, I did get to talk anyway. He's been giving me dude's seen some crazy shit. But he's actually a lot like... Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? The man picks up on stuff. Good thing you didn't squash him. Dead body, spirit entered, sure. The Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubi's not like a literal encasement, confinement of something they were afraid of. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubi's had heard about. I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. What it does. But it's what it'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like a concentric ring spreading out. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of... I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. Yo, man. Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling. It took us setting out for this whole... It's short for paranoid. It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm. I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark at the original mistake was assuming that words have more...
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
It's only our shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves. Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never... Mental illness is a term the powers use to...
His eyes flicker.
The life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself, beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods, nerve impulses for the collect...
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. The young man is dead serious about this.
Utmost dedication. Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore.
Hardcore!
Maybe you're being too specific about it. Try consulting with your many non-Occidental cultures share...
Lord of the Western Plain, it is really happening right here. The migrants are contaminating our...
Enough now, Noid. You have had enough fun bothering our guests with...
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Aggressive.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Aggressive. Monotonous.
Yo, man. What's on your...
Test your limits. Surpass them. Dance. This is for your posse. They got to keep it up. They got to move. You are the major Mike enforcer. Start the war. Hit the floor. We need...
They're hardcore. They're just clothes. Nah, these are just boring, normal, hardcore clothes. That's outlandish. It looks like you're trying to hang yourself with it. So large, too.
You suddenly realize the patience and respect this speed freak has shown you is partly because of your stuff.
Respect is a man! Delirium charge!
He stands on stage. The other real deck is...
Yeah! The first page of...
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Goodbye, officer.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your...
Total darkness. Here, it's... Who fucking cares? No. Oh, don't worry. This is a nothing.
I'm too raw.
Yes. From what I can see.
Full heart. With your eyes still closed, as you open your eyes, you should scream. Hyper. It seems appropriate. You have become a flawless interlocking, free from self-awareness.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasted. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for. Invite the young man in with the authority of the law. The young woman lit.
Asil? Aren't you going to dance?
No.
The lead programmer Still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts.
What's going on here?
The lieutenant, he's having trouble adjusting to the...
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on, then. What?
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Are you kidding me? Get my what on?
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork. Plus, is that Ubi folk?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hard.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. Now...
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. The dynamic motion of it, you feel as if turning on the hyperdrive.
Here we go, and hardcore fills the sound above my head.
The what now? The sound?
Above my head.
Okay, this is too imbecile. Excuse me.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit. My heart is the wind corridor. Come morning, I carry industrial dust. I've seen you. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere. You are an officer of the citizens' militia. You move through my streets freely. I need you. You can keep me on this earth.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with...
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah!
I bet you did. Those were some of...
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent...
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down.
Man! Now, man!
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people. End of human development. Mission complete. All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
It's to express my...
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
All because I'm balding, yes. I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old... Not 20. Of course it is. Otherwise, maybe it was a bad idea. Goodbye, officer.
It's a port!
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! The music is too loud! Oh, the project! It's not going well. There's that guy! I need him
to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hard banks. Maybe you can get through his magic. Let me know how it goes.
It's a paw! To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through. Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah.
Oh no. We're...
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all...
Whoa, thank God. Adapter's noticeably degraded.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off?
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a spec. The Arno will be back! But we're doing something else for one moment.
Yes, what is it? Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down?
Maximum! Maximum!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just...
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the...
Gluestein? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mix...
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. His hand moves. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement. It will devour every floorboards.
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about...
It's getting louder!
In the basins, the water looks like it.
Oceana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
The beauty and the beat! The future...
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to earth!
Below it, all the base grows. Like the jaws of a giant compressor, nor it's shaking the building's foundation. A great pulse arises.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh! I want to...
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you...
Yes! I've turned it off! Andre, pull the compressor!
Fuck! I can't shut...
In the mixing desk now. Building... This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too...
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me...
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time?
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, But I know what it sounds like.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. I have no idea.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the
Yes, our lead designer.
that it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter was...
Yes. And we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez.
You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you. You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together.
Yes, what is it?
support! Yeah! Too hardcore and it sucks up all the air in the mix until... Yeah! Welcome to the gloaming! Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds of... Yeah!
Oh, the god of dance is back.
Goodbye, officer.
Yo, man.
Park cop.
In your hands, the cover features a chart, the exact location and time. The box has a nice heft to it. You hear what treasures wait even before you open it. You can tell that this will... The plastic wrap, there's a hiss as the lid... Savor that new board game smell. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economics. The colorful illustrations, you begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to the instructions are opaque. You soon figure out the base. That's where the suzerain's vassal. Each turn, the player collects. As you leaf through the pages, remember, there are many paths to the actual scoring system appears. You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several. Each cardboard token makes a satisfying...
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
In addition to from the Empire of Sephra.
Oh, those are nice.
You hold the open game box before the lieutenant looks over the rule.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is... I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly. What is detective work if...
I do...
See? He's doing the hard...
Alright, you've convinced me. How do...
You explain the basic setup procedures to the... In the center is apricots from... There's also... And the lieutenant goes first.
Alright, detective.
You have a few options. Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it. You draw you place all your...
Not bad.
But not good enough. The lieutenant, as he completes his own...
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points. Don't worry, it was more...
What is that patronizing tone? You're one of the suzerain's trusted administrators.
Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain behaviors. Game designers? There are some... Otherwise...
Just like there are no honor points. None whatsoever.
That's just the way... Now...
Glancing over the board, those aren't your only option. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by... Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy. But then... It's up to you. Using your powers of persuasion, you can, after several turns, your worker tokens greatly...
Too bad investing in your worker. Take a look at the scoring tables in the back. You see in table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory. Yes.
Nonsense. Remember what? Now it's the lieutenant. For several turns, you draw a new contract card. According to the text, you know, this isn't unlike the situation. Well, the suzerain was looking for new mark by introducing cocaine into Safre. If you could somehow get the lieutenant, yes, you can. Now's your chance. Show the lieutenant what happens when you've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression? With each passing turn, as a matter of historical fact, this is almost
more or less.
Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit. Protectionism. But the end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant, or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public. The choice is yours. Building the ultimate rather than build.
A risky gambit, detective. Sorry it didn't pay off. That might have had. Now, let's
compute in the after double, then triple 15.
I've got 26 points. Don't be glum, detective. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you. Large letters of text underneath. Mysterious, none of that witless. It's not a blurb on succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Exactly. In no time, you pry open the box. A reprint of a crude, it doesn't seem to a quick guide to the options are in the Welkin. Tall, the Welkin come, a grand race, the Tueog, you stuff it back in. A quick guide, the options, the Welkin. The Welkin come, a grand, the Tueog, they're just a very small race. The least popular of the Wirral race. It's made you don't know much about. You place the die in, you see a man.
Interesting. A communal. The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the package. I have a feeling the figure.
You pick the figurine up, a colorful box with the title. The cover of this tattered paperback. Behind him rises the back blurb reads, his late below, in smaller font. You see a brazen attempt to bilk fans for more. Their main concern is the story opens. By nightfall, only the man from 9 Tiribald. The writer, it is physically and with deadly finesse. A few chapters later, this book makes a mockery of the Northmen find them. The man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. What do you mean? Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. What do you mean is that he is the man? He doesn't even have a real name. He is the wildest man alive. What are you, a book critic? Enough. You're ruining. What pace? You skip past a section detailing an elaborate in the center of the great as the vile ceremony swiftly. In an instant, and oh for fuck's, when the din of battle settles, only the what? In the first scene, the man, an excellent question. Considering the sheer amount of difference, the man from Heimdall stares. The edges of the jacket copy, he is ambushed by it. You open the book, to his arm, it calls out to you. Berserker rage, man from Heimdall, the steel muscles of man from a passage reads, thine spells, I have grand this is beyond. In the final pages, to find out what happens next. In your hand, the cover features a pastiche. The tagline, needless to say, it violates.
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding it.
The point is, the story of Spillane needs an extremely unprofessional and hurtful. 2 days later, desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince.
What's the matter, detective?
The lieutenant shrugs. They're not shitting you, detective. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. And not just any secrets are the currency. Your secrets are unknown. Even Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane. Not only is the local police captain outwardly, the old police captain is he would certainly have the motive and a typical privileged The kid doesn't exactly have the Torvald, the art collector, is a... That said, Torvald, one evening, well, that testimony won't be admissible. The man's a prosecutor. That's just Dick Mullen's... As the two love, I love you. Always aim for the center. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the word. When Mullen comes to... Mullen trashes his fleeing a crime scene. Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink. The heat is on. Can you solve the case? What is it, detective? It's a dangerous line of work, but there was never a time when, for a moment, you won't find the answers you're looking for here. In other, is it really so evil, detective? Like what? Do you even have those? Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find another like him. It's true in more ways. But then, what does this book? So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? Have you been paying attention at all? It wasn't Mullen. It was an imposter. You begin furiously flip. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take...
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get...
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen. A cockatoo is a parrot. This book talks about where to even begin. All cockatoos are known for their needy natures. Pet owners also report mood. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent. Ouch. That must hurt. Not great for the neighbors. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Ooh. Perhaps the most impressive. In the words, it must be glorious to behold. Despite its banging name, yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. Your Majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird. The greatest innocence, browsing through the various chapters. Your educational survey is done. That's the spirit. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. So Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence. Her colors are silver, white. Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible. A strange sensation of loss. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. Incorrect. Sola resigned after. Correct. Nothing much is known about it. As the first innocent. Question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You And innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world. A literal personification. I can do better. Okay, so commonly, damn. Dolores. Correct. Named the innocence of Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions. But question 3, got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party. There seems to be a mix-up. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. No, stop thinking it. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true. Incorrect. Kedra is a large... Correct. There have been a number of... The most famous and important of these was Elena. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. I've got it. Honest. Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist is zeroed while it was actually her. Incorrect. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this, everything from Inter Isol and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the TED. A D. Not particularly remarkable. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an... The greatest in browsing through your educational survey is done. It seems rather... Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Incorrect. Sola resigned. Correct. Nothing much. As the first question, easy. Everybody knows the answer. Correct. Franco Negro. Question, got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. Correct. The most final stretch. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything from and more beautiful. Congratulate and A. All correct. Impressive. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well, the lieutenant is doing his best. Yeah, sure. It's so much. Medicinal purposes of the pearl. Flipping through the book, you find a number of... You come across the following explanation. It's all quackery. Finally, something to calm the... It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered. There are a number of zeolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory. But nothing, what you're describing, there's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers direct. First, you need to choose a bait. Next, you need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add? The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush it. The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like? The ginger root, you imagine yourself with a mug of this tea in a chair. You hold in your hand the alphabet. Every page has one word. A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C, H is for homeboy. I, Q is for Quaid. That's it. You know.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
The note is written with a... mother of human. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? The mother of human. Why? That does. I don't know. What are we thinking of? Only a strange little sad. The mother of humanism. Tower.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance.
The motor carrier. Remember the tire tracks in Martinet?
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely...
You get a sudden... Why the doom and gloom? is just a sunken motor carriage. The motor carriage, a single day in the salt, the logo is too deep.
The ice hasn't closed around.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on... Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, yes. Let's wait for the low tide.
Great idea. A joyrider jacket.
I don't know.
As you sit down, the hinges creak under you. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like this. The tune on your lips. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight at two birds on a wire, whistling by the sea. The wind blows. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, historically, leeches have been used.
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? Well, napalm ants, for example, are used as clouds on the horizon grow darker and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupri, Model 40.
Yes. What?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal... Yes, 41.
But it's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. Does he know something about that speed racer?
But it could also be the number of a police...
A massive pit opens up in your stomach. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this. There were never any street racers. It was always...
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. Of whom? I don't think so. Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really...
It's sunken too deep. There is no access ramp to the coast.
I'm afraid it will have to be there. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it's... Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean,
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
The lieutenant adjusts his... There is also a fourth thing more precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deep...
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too. Yes, let's go take a look. Yes?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets you see a photo, a name, a rank. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey, but the badge is new. You used an 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinct. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. Although it looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. Don't be fooled. The badge in your hand shines as you...
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. It's a wartime name.
A name like armor.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do, and sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol city.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's bad. Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you
are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of lieutenant. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have...
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are...
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money...
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. So he knew all those people, although they're not from his station. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the... well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away. It's all part of the master plan, you see.
Really? It can't be that. Wouldn't that be something? And who could say it's not true? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it. Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would... I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise. Yes? What about me? Good. Let's change the subject.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried...
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He can't...
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my...
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with traffic. I just now that I think
That sure narrows down our list.
the end, an end implies the dark always has its counterbalance. Someone.
This is a porch. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday. They went their way. It was a
Wait, then it might be true.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Sure, man. I doubt it, but
The pawnbroker's gaze. You see rows of Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How many? It will take the...
Her voice.
Gottlieb.
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic...
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another.
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. That's the tiny vet, the busy kind. It's not life-threatening.
It certainly does not help with aiming.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol.
There is no surprise in his voice, only careless superior.
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side, you've got...
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe.
And you survived it. Congrats.
Sort of, but by God does it burn in your chest.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time.
Accept it. The body is an object.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks. Looking around, you hear someone whine in the background.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not our... And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the...
It's not fucking cryoacrylate.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? One moment. Can you please describe the body?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were...
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a list. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please, but that's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there any... Right.
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Not yet. 57.
In the cabin. All around you, rain falls on the great city. The spring thaw must be here. Looking up at the sky, grey sky like great battleships. Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak. Sheets of rain over the ruins of a the skyscrapers of London. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who walk urban coastline, rain-dripping coal city, and there's a fleet on the corner. A plastic, the great gates of the industrial harbor. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers. La Ducienne, King Dries, Couron, the lower, a silvery curtain of rain. You have never been. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm. Hallways collapse from the mortar hit. Midnight news and rerun. A yard. Rain. A traffic jam. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, standing in the rain. Look, in the rain-swept distance, your vision blurs. You wipe your coalition-era statics hang like...
This rain will not let up anytime soon. I'd recommend you put on your coat.
Hey, no you don't. It's not
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without right now. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage. The stage is all... You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your...
The stage is all you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The stage is all you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing?
I can see that.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. Hands. Where do you put your hands? The dining hall has cleared up of the stage. You feel.
So, are you ready for your...
I can see that.
The dining hall has cleared up of customers for tonight. Even the kitchen is closed, and someone has turned down the lights. Maybe it's a good idea to do it in the dark. The air is... The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Not bad.
Yes, not bad at all.
Okay, yes, I'm going to unplug.
Nothing has changed. It takes you a moment. The reeds rustle. When this district was booming, the trap feels like no locus, no phasmid either, but still.
Well, debate worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a...
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. Right. Anyway...
A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the felled building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters.
I don't know. Perhaps it could even have...
Or maybe...
Yeah, to be honest.
A host of men, they stand, ordinary comrades. The cold behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric. There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry the...
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have...
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. But I like the spirit. And dangerous. Dangerous. The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban, you felt it before, when it rained in Martinez. And the once bright mural towers above. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought is trying to talk to the city, something you've done before. Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of...
How do we? I was really hoping she's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? In the distance,
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there, in the whirling in rags. It's not possible to climb that ladder, and even if it were...
It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't help much either.
To warm his hands... Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne?
Still, you felt it was important in... There, 1.2 kilometers over the wave-crossed bay. It's glowing in the dark night. The lights are on. Glazia must be in there. Looks like... There's some tear. An empty cigarette. Too empty. No.
A tragedy.
He shakes his... The once bright mural towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were under collapsed.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. An installation. Us poor pie. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd?
Life World. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to take it from someone who's...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
The sea's gonna calm down. Oh? Okay. Oh. Yes, sorry I couldn't help you out. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. Guns are expensive. From time to time, people need some went to patch their wood. Gone.
The harbour seawall in...
To the waves. Who knows? Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, us working folk don't have the luck. Life didn't really
This is neat. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better. An old pipe. A building like this must have multiple doors. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the lieutenant looks over your shoulder. At first, you can't make anything out in the darkness at all. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, and nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
I see. Another stop on your crusade against narcomania. I was hoping we were in pursuit of a... Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly... However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around... And it's right here. A maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one. Behind the pipe. Behind the pipe. The metal doors are heavy.
Good work.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation, yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. Years worth of dust. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains sticking to the frayed skin.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communist.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the commune. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in random.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under it.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you're...
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines...
You will upset the balance of power. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
You're right. However corrupt he may be.
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Yes. There won't be time for that one.
If you must.
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not...
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
You mean Morel? I don't see how...
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologist might not...
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire...
If you can't predict it...
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaky.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into you.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make you...
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely... Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in...
The explosion of static you're hearing, blasted from that pale emitter, that angle.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With the signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys.
So, what we are experiencing is
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
The Pale? It's the end of the world. I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she...
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But
oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a... Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cop.
If you've got something really important to say, you can...
Damn this!
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front-load. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is...
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you.
A strong moral compass. She still wants an opportunity to make a case for herself.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police...
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
So, heart of gold Tommy fucked...
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest...
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used...
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind. Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening. And? No, they're not practical. Break too often. The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that kind of... Sure don't.
A breach loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
A knocked...
That isn't it.
Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not?
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, so that's a very sentimental way of putting it.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She does know how to pick 'em. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friend. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about... I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs... I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time? My type? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who is excited about the people? Nope. Look, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object... Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? I never did understand. No, I did not. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the end. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know?
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice.
Police radio? You've been...
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there. He was still warm. But the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. I heard you in the passages, and I've been prepared. So you found my shack.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to... I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compression.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. She eyes you warily. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard. No, I really didn't. She's not... She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we...
You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether... As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried with lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, fucking me. Fucking hell. And why me? It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the big...
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Satellite Officer Vicmair looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to patrol. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quickly.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Glad to have been of assistance. Best of luck to you, officer.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse. No, I don't think she did it. She's so...
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. Her tent. Maybe there's something in there.
The plane read it was pitched by practiced hands. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of it reeks of cigarette, assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror.
See anything?
Rager Monthly. You pocket the worn brown a trusted friend left.
We should read this immediately.
A thick journal. The cup is made of full grain. Schneller is a stationery brand from She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open, the large cursive of someone who writes quick, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even it's a mix of logistical notes.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like
there could be useful information about local
esoteric radio technology. Short, wry observations of people and places. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August, nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. You have no idea what she means. That name isn't mentioned. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on March. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since the call? Did M call her person? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. The entry ends abrupt. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition. The most recent entry is even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... Either way, we need to keep it. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask.
The plane read it was pitched by...
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest stops right now.
Stop. Just what you have isn't enough. You'll need more fight. Your Kvalson KR2 multi-tool looks impressive, shining in the cold spring light. But what can it do against military-grade weapons?
Then you'd better get ready.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking wreck. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself.
This is the mercenary at the gate.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and...
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. And
he is facing overwhelming.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but...
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most... The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance.
Pig, fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today.
No one is going to kill anyone.
With a wordless gurgle, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract, as you really should have a gun in your hand by now. Or, no, it's okay. Soften him up. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you peace, always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. All right, here we go. This is an illegal. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us. If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight, no one's going to give a shit about.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did that? The bird. You fucking...
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
She used to work in industrial espionage.
You think I'm fucking stupid? What if I just shot one of your pals here? How about the kid? Go ahead. Say in a...
Listen, please. This cop and this...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The shot rings in your ears. A low tinny. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a...
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Who the fuck is...
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! What?
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he...
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Huh?
What are we waiting for?
Lance Corporal! Just fucking...
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm...
Enough already! What?
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. You think I care what that company cunt thinks? She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. Stay cool! Don't do any... The company bitch is gone. Ladies cunt is gone. Ladies gone. Fuck, are we still...
Guys,
Hold your ground!
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here. Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
Don't fucking talk to me.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Think...
What's that, loincloth?
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. A low shot rings. You feel a tapping like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. You got hit. The armor took most of it. But still,
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the